The people who have taught me about the natural world said, you really should have seen it yesterday. You should have, you should have been here 30 or
Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. Hi. I just wanted to let you know what we have going on today, catch you up a little bit. So we do have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor at the moment. He's going to be working at the center bench quite a bit. His name is Joseph Rosano, and he is going to be working on these salmon-shaped forms, these very long blown pieces of clear glass, and eventually I believe these are also going to be mirrored. They're going to fill them with a mirror finish. This is something he has done many times, and these pieces have been made actually across the world for a really large installation. We actually had an installation of these salmon in the Museum of Glass a little while ago. If you were here for that, maybe you might remember. It was called School. This is a large school of fish. But yeah, this artist, he lives and works in the Pacific Northwest, has his own studio, and is coming in for the help of our hot shop team here. Oh, and we do have some hands-on projects going on over on the right. This is something I don't highlight a ton, but if you're curious about it, you can always ask the front desk. They have a calendar of these hand workshops. So this is all starting with gathering up layers of clear glass on the end of our blowpipe, which we have just gotten one more layer. I'm not sure if you guys have all been in a hot shop before, so just in case you haven't, I'll point out the tanks with the closed doors. This is where we're getting our molten glass, and it sits at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then of course the other ovens or furnaces that we're using, they sit at 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And yes, we will mostly be working at the center bench. We just tend to start our projects on the side benches. Oh yeah, and if you're wondering what they're making over there, they're making ornaments today. Oh, nice. Some images up on the screen of the projects that we're working on. I think this project started in about 2019. If you just search up our artist's name, you can find even more information about him and his projects, such as this one. Thank you very much. So we're at the center bench now. We're using a block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool to kind of smooth out that fresh layer of clear. And you'll see us start to work with the glass pretty soon. We start by blowing it out and creating a breaking point for us to take the piece off. And we're going to use a couple of interesting techniques to shape the glass. These are something that I'm excited to talk about, those corkwood paddles. You'll see how we use those. And can we get a view of the center bench, please? Yeah, whenever you can we get a view of the center bench, please? So to start getting that tapered end for the head of the fish, they pull at the end of the bubble. And we're using these wooden paddles just to shield the artist's hand and arm from that radiant heat at the moment. We do use these to flatten the bottoms of pieces, for example. And next is the jack line, I believe. So Ben uses the jacks, which are these two metal blades, to squeeze down off the end of the pipe and into the bubble. So next we're moving on to using the corkwood paddles. So these, as the name suggests, are made out of corkwood. And we're going to use them to flatten the sides of the bubble and get more of that shape for the fish body. So now we're using a couple of different methods of stretching the glass out. We could just hang the glass towards the floor, use gravity to stretch it, or if we swing it, spin it, that will create centrifugal force and pull it out even faster. We're just trying to lengthen the body. Yeah, these move pretty quick once we have all the glass we need. And then, of course, the mirroring process comes after the glass is fully cooled down overnight, at least. So it'd be a room temperature process. Yeah, next we use a little bit of thermal shock to break that connection and pop the piece off. Yeah, Ben dipped that tool in a little bit of water, and then we just give it a tap and it pops right off. We'll torch that sharp end where we just broke the piece away because these pieces stay as is. We don't do any cold working with them after the fact. So there we have another one of our salmon finished. So it looks like we're starting to do this almost more production style. We started the next bubble while we were finishing the last piece. And now we just have that ready to go and we can start from the top. By the way, feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. I can answer a ton of different things. So welcome into the hot shop. Sorry. I wanted to introduce real quick who we have here, what we have going on. So we actually have a visiting artist today. He's the one who has the cap. He's close to the center bench here. This is Joseph Rosano. And we are working on some of his salmon. You can already see this really taking shape. And when we finish these pieces in the hot shop, they are remaining clear like this. This is blown, it's hollow all the way through. And then when the glass cools down, Joseph will put a mirror finish inside of the body of the fish. So it ends up looking very shiny, silvery, and he'll display them in entire schools together. And we actually had one of these schools displayed in our gallery a while back. Ton of them all just hanging from the ceiling and glittering together, lightly moving with the wind. It was just really pretty. That project is so large, they started it in 2019 and it traveled across the world. They kept adding to it, and then eventually it came back here for that exhibit where it all started. And our visiting artist, Joseph, he is a local artist. He works in the temperate rainforests of the Pacific Northwest and has his home and studio here. And of course, this whole project is done to cast light on diminishing states of global salmon populations. And of course, feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. I usually just walk through the process as they go along. And yeah. So we're knocking this piece off. We're completely done. Ben is filing away at that connection. The little bit of water applied to that tool, and then a tap of the pipe. And then we'll torch that connecting area just to get rid of sharpness that might be remaining, and then eventually carry it over to the annealer, which I haven't pointed out yet. This box will slowly cool the glass down overnight, starting from about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And they are keeping track of how many of each of these they're making. It looks like they have different sizes that they're going to be making throughout the day. I assume that's what the S, M, and L stands for, small, medium, large, maybe. So I'll point out, these are the small ones that they're making today. So we've already seen a variety of different tools used. I just wanted to point out a couple of them, such as this pad in Ben's hand right here. This is actually just folded up newspaper that they've splashed a little bit of water, and that is it. Conforms to the shape of your hand, and then the glass, of course, will conform to the shape of the papers. And then once we have the glass blown out a little bit, we have this starter shape. Then the bubble will be flattened to get the slim sides of the fish, the narrow body. And to flatten it, we're using these corkwood paddles. So same material as a wine cork, just a little bit larger. This is an insulating material. It's not going to pull a lot of heat out of the glass. And then once we finish one of our pieces, it goes inside of this box to slowly cool down overnight, called an annealer. And yeah, the reason we were torching, again, this piece doesn't go through any cold working after the fact, which means we're not going to grind or cut or polish anything away. It just stays as is. So you get rid of that sharpness, and then it's good to go. Yeah, the closed captioning is a little slow lately, but it catches up eventually. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. So we are going to be working on a bunch of clear blown glass salmon today. And this is designed and created by our visiting artist today, Joseph Rosano. And he's the one with the cap sitting at the center bench here. I have a slideshow that I should probably show off. I haven't shown this off in a little bit, so could I see Joe's work up on the screen, please? So eventually there will be a slideshow that pops up, and we'll see some finished products. Because once we finish these fish in the hot shop, they're not quite done overall. They still have to go through a couple of processes. But they're really satisfying. When finished, he displays them all in a school. Hey, could I have the slideshow of our visiting artist work? Yes, thank you. So I wanted to show this off to you guys just so you get an idea of the final product, because it isn't just a singular object, it's all of these pieces displayed together. And yeah, that process after the hot shop is really interesting, where they fill the fish with that mirror finish. I think it is quite literally the same process as antique mirrors, where they pour like a silver solution over the glass. Yeah, actually, I didn't point it out to you guys yet, but yes, we have some hands-on workshops over there today, and it's ornament making because the holidays are coming up. Yeah, we'll usually have an entire weekend of that, so I think they were here yesterday as well. So once we have all the glass we need on our pipe, we sit down and we can use the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, kind of smooth and even everything out. And this is especially going to help distribute the heat more evenly so that the bubble blows out more evenly. And then we can start getting our fish shape by lengthening the end of the bubble first. This is going to be the nose end of the fish. And using the newspapers to guide which way the bubble blows out. And of course, this is a really important step. Ben is creating this divot in the glass that's called, it's like a divot that's called the jack line. It's basically just a breaking point that we're creating. And then we can move on to finishing the shape overall. But we always start by making that breaking point before we blow the piece out. And if you're wondering what's going on with those wooden paddles, we're using them to shield Ben's arm and hand. There's so much radiant heat coming off of the piece itself. It's always going to be sitting between 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit when we're working with the glass. And then to get the narrow body of the fish, we're using these corkwood paddles to flatten the sides. Yeah, same material as like a wine cork. Yeah, it's just corkwood. Yeah, Ben's soaking up a lot of heat in that glass, and then we're using a couple of different things to stretch it out into a longer bodied fish. We're using gravity, just hanging it down, and then we're also seeing him spin or swing the pipe, which is creating centrifugal force, pulling that glass outward. Yeah, so inside of that tank, I think you saw briefly earlier, the tank with the closed door. When we open that up and go inside of there, that's where we're getting our glass. It's just sitting inside of a large ceramic crucible, completely molten to the texture of honey. And so we pick it up just like we would honey. We just stick our pipe in there or the glass that we already have on the pipe and then turn, and the glass will stick to whatever you put in that's hot enough and just wrap all the way around. Yeah, exactly. But we have to do it in layers, which is why we keep going back to the bench and working with the glass. We have to let it cool down so that way there's a solid core inside of that next layer of clear. It's the best way to describe it. And we just cut in that connection a little bit further, making it easier to pop the piece off. And again, to break this piece off, we file away at that connection with a little bit of water and then give the pipe a tap. And then once that piece is finished, off into the annealer it goes to slowly cool down overnight. And yet another fish has been finished. And I know a lot of new people just joined in, so I'll give another little reintroduction. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. We will be here till usually about 1, then we have a lunch break, and then we come back at 2. So if anyone's planning on kind of circling back, just so you know. For those who just joined in, we have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor, Joseph Rosano, and we have a slideshow of his work up on the screen that'll play as I talk about this work that we're going to see. So the pieces you see on the screen are actually what we are going to see made in the hot shop. We are making small, medium, and large sizes of these different salmon. And when these are finished in the hot shop, they are just a blown clear body. And the way these are finished is Joseph will mirror finish them by pouring a finishing liquid inside. I think same process as making those old school mirrors where they would have a silver solution on the back. And we're just making as many of these as quickly as possible. It seems like we have a sort of production line going on where we start the bubble over on the left and then pass it off to the center bench to have it finished. And these pieces are being created to cast light on diminishing states of global salmon populations. A huge part of this artist's work is coming from his desire to protect the natural world. And just to point out, in case anyone's curious, over on the right, we have some hands-on workshops going on throughout the day today. So they're doing some ornament making over there. And this is, again, unrelated to what we're seeing at the center bench. I'll be mostly focusing on the center bench, but if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So starting from the top, this bubble was passed over to the center bench. We immediately started the shape by pinching and pulling at the end of the bubble. So we now have a little bit of a point or a taper, and then we created the jack line, which is this divot that Ben was just squeezing in. This just becomes our breaking point, but it's really important to create this early on like we just did. And after blowing this out a little bit further and absorbing even more heat, we're able to get more of the shape of our fish by flattening the sides, getting the narrow body. Yeah, now that we have the narrow body of the salmon, we can start heating it up and stretching it out to get a longer shape in general. We're using gravity to stretch it out. We're swinging the pipe, creating centrifugal force and stretching it out. Again, feel free to ask any questions that you guys have, any curiosities. So once it's to the size they need, they weaken that connection a little bit further by cinching down, and then they'll be able to break the piece away. And of course, they have this station up in the front to torch that area where they break the salmon off, just to get rid of leftover sharp ends that might remain, flame polish it. And just like that, another piece is done. Just to impress you guys a little bit, this small handheld torch here, I haven't pointed this out yet today. It's a really hot piece of equipment. I'm sure you could tell based off that bright blue flame, but it gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And the molten glass, when it's the texture of honey, flowing like lava, is only at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that torch, it's like a little lightsaber. And you know what? Let's play a video. There's a video that I have where the visiting artist talks about this series of work that we're seeing right now. And I think it's important to hear things from his perspective and his ideas. So let's have Joseph's video up on the screen, please.
The people who have taught me about the natural world said, you really should have seen it yesterday. You should have been here 30 or 40 years ago. My name's Joseph Rosano, and I am an artist that strives to give an audience a different perspective about the world that surrounds them. So this piece that I'm working on with a number of people, and this number of people is growing, it's a performance piece designed to bring a community in to talking to the world about why salmon and steelhead are important, why they are in many ways like the passenger pigeon, a seemingly endless resource, and they're in jeopardy throughout the range of salmon and steelhead. I can say that I've been conscious of what's been happening, say, here on the Skagit River for over 30 years. If we can show, say, starting with the Skagit, which is the 4th largest outflow of the Pacific, what the smallest return of fish looked like to this river in a gallery setting, where we make, 2,405 steelhead out of glass, it can reflect ourselves, the viewer, and put it in context. I'm taking all of this information, saying, how do I condense it into one representation of a piece that talks about salmon in the world?
Yeah, for those who joined in a little bit later, that video that you caught the tail end of was a video of our visiting artist talking about this line of work that we're seeing, this series. So we are working on some salmon in the hot shop today. These have a relatively simplistic body of blown clear glass, and then the piece is finished cold after the hot shop by filling the piece with a mirror finish. And over on the right, by the way, this is some hands-on workshops that we have going on today. They're making some ornaments over there. Saw you guys looking. This is something you can ask the front desk about, by the way, if anyone else is curious about participating in some of these workshops. Yeah, we have them once a month for an entire weekend. So we have finished another one of these salmon. We'll knock it off of the pipe using a little bit of water at that connecting point, just using thermal shock to our advantage. And then a little tap of the pipe, send a vibration to those cracks. And then we'll torch that end we just popped off. Make sure there's nothing sharp and polish it with that flame. And I know a few new people have just joined in, so I'll give another introduction as to what we have going on, what we're seeing. Just after we put this piece away inside of the annealer, which is that large black box we're headed towards. This is going to sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day today as we load piece after piece inside, and then everything slowly cools down all at once overnight. And that cycle is really important. It prevents the piece from just breaking from all that stress that's built up since we've been working with it. Very slow cooling cycle. We'll see those pieces again tomorrow. And yeah, for those who just joined in, we have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor today. His name is Joseph Rosano, and we are going to be making these salmon, which, again, you just saw one of the finished products at the center bench. Technically, it's not quite finished. It's going to be filled with a mirror finish, just like old-fashioned mirrors. And up on the screen, you can see a slideshow, some examples of these finished pieces and various stages of the work. We actually had an entire school of these displayed here at the museum in 2022, and they were on display for a decent chunk of time. And these pieces, I was always really impressed by the idea overall because they were made across the world and then all traveled together throughout these different exhibits, including here at the Museum of Glass. Yeah, it was a huge school of them. It was so pretty. And the reason for making these, our visiting artist, he has a desire to protect the natural world, and this series is specifically casting light on diminishing states of global salmon populations. And then we start from the top. So over on the left bench, we've been prepping all of the bubbles of glass, and then once we have the bubble ready, we bring it over to the center bench and actually blow it out and turn it into our salmon. So we're still at that stage where we're just about to gather a little bit more clear glass, and then we'll be ready. Oh, and again, over on the right bench, we have had some hands-on workshops throughout the day today, and we will continue to see them throughout the day till about 5. Ornament making. So now we have all the glass we need. We bring it to the center bench. And we'll sit down, we'll use the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth out that fresh layer of clear. And now we'll start shaping this glass a little bit. And this begins with tapering the end of the bubbles. This is going to be the nose of our salmon. And then we can continue to blow this out. Well, Ben guides which way the bubble blows out using the papers. So this is just a stack of newspaper that's been folded up and then splashed with a little bit of water. And then we start on the jack line, which is this divot that we squeeze in using the jacks, which are those two metal blades. Yeah, just to elaborate, this is going to create a weak point from which we'll break the entire piece off later on. And after blowing this bubble out a little bit further, we're heating it up again in preparation for starting to really get that shape of the body of the salmon. So the first thing we do is we'll flatten down the sides and narrow the body. And then once we have narrowed that down just a bit, we can heat it up and start stretching it out to get a longer shape. And just to point out again, we are starting the next one over on the left bench right away again. You could kind of see Trent working in the background. And a little bit faster than just hanging it down and using gravity, you'll see Ben swing or even sometimes 360 spin the pipe completely. And this is creating centrifugal force, which pulls the glass outward even faster. And just to ensure that this is a clean break when we take it off the pipe, cinch down on that connection even further. And you could still see there's a lot of movement in the glass. If we were to stop turning right now, it would just completely fall off center. So we just constantly stay turning. And then eventually we will be breaking this piece off with just a little bit of water and a tap of the pipe. So we've just been keeping the glass barely warm. And by that, I mean right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's perfect temperature for glass. And then we will break it off into these Kevlar gloves. You can see Sarah's gotten suited up. We usually break our pieces off at the bench and then carry them over to where they need to be. So Ben's using a little bit of water now, right at that connecting point. And then with the tap of the pipe, pops right off. And then we'll torch it just where we broke the piece off to get rid of sharp ends that might remain, because this piece is not going to be ground or polished or anything after the hot shop. This is just the finished piece here. And then we'll carry it over to the annealer. This box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to slowly cool that glass down overnight. All of our glass down overnight all at once. And just like that, we finished another piece. And I wanted to explain the whole project overall and who's on the floor here, because I know a few new people have joined in here and there. So we do have a visiting artist today. His name is Joe Rossano, or Joseph Rossano, and he's the one in the cap over, actually gathering out of the glass furnace right now. Everyone else helping him out today, they work for the museum. nail help visiting artists that come through. And we're making these salmon, specifically our visiting artist wants to cast light on diminishing states of global salmon populations. And he will create entire schools of these. We had one of them on display back in 2022 for a decent amount of time, an entire school of these salmon just hanging from the ceiling. And the way that they're finished, he will fill them with a mirror finish on the inside, so they're really glittery and silvery as a final product. But when it comes to the hot shop, that piece that you just saw is the finished product. It just has that little bit of silver added later on. And of course, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have throughout the process. I usually just follow along and explain what they're doing as they go. But we're going to see 3 different sizes of these salmon made, small, medium, and large. We've been mostly seeing just the small for the entirety of the first part of the day, so they're only getting bigger. So we've really heated up the bubble. We've grabbed onto the end of the bubble, pulled outwards to get more of a point, or I guess more of a taper. This is going to be the nose end of the fish, right off the very end, furthest away from the pipe. And we'll blow this out even further. Again, using the newspapers to guide which way it blows out. And next we'll start on the jack line, which using the jacks, those 2 metal blades, we squeeze down off the end of the pipe, and that line is basically just a divot or a weak point that we're creating. And for those who just joined in or joined in more recently, we are working on making these pretty simplistic salmon-shaped pieces of glass in the hot shop. These are designed and created by our visiting artist today, Joseph Rosano, and he's the one with the cap, standing close to the center bench right here. And I will point out one thing. When we finish these pieces in the hot shop, they're not quite finished overall. And I know I pointed this out to some of the crowd earlier, but they are finished with a mirror finish on the inside. So I think a sort of silver solution is poured inside and then dumped around until it covers the entirety of the inside, leaving the pieces completely shiny and mirror-like when they're done. And to create the narrow body of our salmon, we're flattening down the sides. We use a lot of wooden tools. You might be surprised. It is going to burn up over time and get used up, but it's important to have an insulating material to use every now and then. And just to point out again, over on the left bench, we're just starting the next bubble that eventually gets passed over to the center bench and is finished in the same way that we're seeing right now. Basically like a little production line, just using our time and our space as efficiently as possible. And then of course over on the right, if I didn't point out already, we're doing some ornament making workshops. So this is something people can sign up for. At the front desk, they should have a calendar of the next coming dates. But yeah, you come down on the floor, you make something, and you eventually get to take it home with you once it's cooled down properly. And now Ben is just heating up the glass, stretching it out till we get the length that we need for these salmon. And we are trying to hit a certain length. You'll see Joe go in at the end of the process and measure with this long meter stick. And then we weaken that connection by using the diamond shears and just cinching down a little bit further. But yeah, this is pretty much the final product of what you'll see in the hot shop. We'll break it off and we'll torch the area that we just broke the piece off from, and then it'll be done. So Sarah's gotten suited up in these Kevlar gloves, apparently same material as firefighting suits. And she's gonna pick up this piece off the end of the pipe and carry it over to where it needs to be next. And Ben's using a little bit of water, using thermal shock to our advantage to crack that connection and pop the piece off. And then again, we're just torching to get rid of anything sharp. And then this will go inside of the annealer, that large black box over on the left wall, to slowly cool down at least overnight. So just like that, another one of our salmon has been completed. And then they're ready with the next bubble immediately after. They're very efficient with their time. And could I have Joseph's slideshow up on the screen, please? I don't think you guys had a chance to see this yet, so for those who joined in more recently, again, our visiting artist, Joseph Rosano, he's the one with the cap sitting at the center bench. And this is exactly what the final product is going to look like on the screen, this series, or this school of fish. And these have that mirror-like finish already on the inside. That's something we're not going to see in the hot shop, but it's done after when the glass is cooled down. So an interesting little bit of information. The glass that we work with in our hot shop, and this applies to many other hot shops. I actually haven't been in a hot shop that doesn't use this. We use this soda lime glass, which is kind of as it sounds, soda ash limestone, mostly silica sand for the glass. And this has a slightly lower melting point than some other kinds of glass, and it is a little bit softer when you're working with it. And yeah, it has some really nice qualities. You could just stick things together, it'll stay. But then there are also some limitations. You can't microwave a piece of glass from our hot shop, for example, but Pyrex can be microwaved. It can be put in the oven. That is a scientific glass that has boron in it, borosilicate glass. So. So we're blowing up the bubble a little bit further. Ben is guiding which way the bubble blows out using the newspapers. And we already have that tapered end to the bubble. We just pulled the bubble out, cut a little bit of glass off the end. We will be making a jack line next, which is a breaking point. So using the jacks, again those two metal blades, we squeeze down off the end of the pipe and create a breaking point for ourselves. And this is always really satisfying to watch. We've heated up the glass even further, and we're now using these 2 corkwood paddles to flatten in the sides of the piece, which gives us the narrow shape for the body of our fish, of course. So now that we've gotten that narrow shape, we can start to really stretch this glass out. Ben is going to hang it down towards the floor. Sometimes you'll see him even swing or spin the glass to stretch it out further and faster. And I know a few new people have joined in, so I wanted to share just a little bit of information, catch you up a little bit. So we have a visiting artist, Joseph Rosano, and he is the one with the cap at the center bench. Everyone else is part of our resident hot shop team, and they'll help all the visiting artists that come through. And we're working on some of Joseph's salmon today, and these are usually displayed as entire schools, which you'll see on the screen some examples of these finished pieces and the way that they're displayed. We had a huge school of these salmon displayed back in 2022 for a while. And of course, this piece or these pieces are casting light on diminishing states of global salmon populations. Huge inspiration for all of our visiting artists' work is his desire to protect the natural world and to bring people's attention to these issues. And again, with each of these salmon, we are trying to hit a specific length, and all of them are turning out just very slightly different from each other, but that's perfect. That's what we would want for a school of fish anyways. They might have a little curve to the left or right, or maybe be a little bit wider than one another. I don't know. They're all handmade. They're going to be slightly varying. But yeah, Joseph Rosano, he will grab a meter stick. He'll just double check those measurements, make sure we're hitting that requirement. And again, we're seeing a group of small and group of medium and a group of large of these salmon today. I think these are the medium ones that we're still working on right now. So once we finish that salmon, we pop it off using a little bit of water to thermally shock that connection and just break it away. And then we torch that end just to make sure there's no leftover sharp ends or anything. And then it goes inside of the annealer. If you haven't seen this box already, this is where we slowly cool all of our glass overnight. It's starting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then it goes through a really slow cycle. We just press a button and it's programmed to cool down at a certain rate. And yeah, we just keep going until we have all of the salmon we need today. You can see the tally marks of the different sizes that we've been making throughout the day. So to get the narrow body of the salmon, which, yeah, for those who just joined in, I was telling some of the folks in the front, we are making salmon at the center bench and technically at the left bench too. We're just starting our bubbles on the left, pass it to the center bench, and then we blow it out and finish it off here. And these are usually displayed together in schools. Has this really cool effect. They all glitter together. And when we finish them in the hot shop, they're not quite finished overall. They need to have a mirror finish poured inside of them so they turn out very silvery, reflective. And you can actually see some of the final products up on the screen and some of the process photos. We have a slideshow that I've been showing off throughout the day today. And I was just looking at the number of these that they need to make. They're making 9 small salmon and 7 medium and 3 large. And we're already decent way through. We have, it looks like our 9 small are finished, and then we have 2 medium and 1 large. Yes, we have two different kinds of annealers in our hot shop. We have the ones that we have on the walls, which we've been loading our pieces inside of already to slowly cool them down overnight. And then we have these ones in the front. They can be used in the same way. Oftentimes you'll see us use them to pick pieces back up. Like we'll reheat a piece of glass and then pick it up out from the top. So this one opens from the top versus the side. But yeah, I think we will be using this space in the same way as our other annealers. We just were running out of space in the one that we've already been using. These are pretty big pieces of glass. And I haven't really been able to point these out today, but this is a pipe cooler. Kind of self-explanatory, but we're setting the pipe down into a trough of water just so we can handle the pipe closer to the glass, just get some better leverage against it. So earlier I was estimating maybe about 30 minutes each for these pieces. They're pretty, relatively quick after they get all of the glass they need on the end of the pipe. It's that gathering process that takes a while in the beginning. So we started our bubble on the side bench, brought it over to the center bench to fully blow it out. Oh yeah, and I guess I haven't pointed this out to you guys since you've joined in, but over on the right, they're doing some ornament making workshops. And that's something that's going on all day today. I think it was going on all day yesterday as well. I wasn't here, but they usually have it for the full weekend. Yeah, we have workshops every month, and it'll change based off of the season. For example, in spring, we'll make birds or flowers or something similar. It's very like bright and natural. And then around Halloween, we start making pumpkins. Those are always really fun. And now that we've done a little bit of setup, our visiting artist Joseph is able to use these corkwood paddles and flatten down the sides of the bubble, getting the narrow shape for the body of our salmon that we need. And we'll use these torches to heat up sections of the glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the glory hole, which is that large open face furnace. In this case, we, I think, want to stretch out this section a little bit further without stretching out other areas. So we just apply a little bit of extra heat using that fluffy torch, which is running around the same temperature as the other pieces of equipment we're using, around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, we have a pretty good view of this on the screen, but Ben is weakening that connection using the diamond shears and just squeezing down, creating more of a divot. So we've just been working on keeping the piece warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. In the meantime, Sarah's gotten suited up in these Kevlar gloves in order to actually pick up this piece of glass off the end of the pipe and bring it to the next place. So we'll give the pipe a tap, that pops off. We're gonna torch that area where we just broke the piece off and get rid of those sharp ends that might remain. And then this piece is done. It's going inside of the annealer, which is that large box over on the left wall, to slowly cool down overnight. It's a little bit of a cycle, a little bit of a process. And again, after these pieces cool down, that's when they fill the piece with the mirror finish to create that really nice mirror-like shine from the outside of the fish. And I do have a video that I want to play for you guys. I've been talking about this project lightly throughout the day and the reasoning behind it, but it's even better described by our visiting artist himself. So there's a video where he talks about this project. Could I have that video, please?
The people who have taught me about the natural world said, you really should have seen it yesterday. You should have been here 30 or 40 years ago. My name's Joseph Rosano, and I am an artist that strives to give an audience a different perspective about the world that surrounds them. So this piece that I'm working on with a number of people, and this number of people is growing, it's a performance piece designed to bring a community in to talking to the world about why salmon and steelhead are important, why they are in many ways like the passenger pigeon, a seemingly endless resource, and they're in jeopardy throughout the range of salmon and steelhead. I can say that I've been conscious of what's been happening, say, here on the Skagit River for over 30 years. If we can show, say, starting with the Skagit, which is the 4th largest outflow of the Pacific, what the smallest return of fish looked like to this river in a gallery setting, where we make, 2,405 steelhead out of glass, it can reflect ourselves, the viewer, and put it in context. I'm taking all of this information, saying, how do I condense it into one representation of a piece that talks about salmon in the world?
So we've already got our next bubble of glass ready to work with. We'll bring it to the center bench and start blowing it out. So this bubble was pulled out into a little bit of a longer and more tapered shape, and then we can continue to blow this up further using the newspapers, which was that pad in Joseph's hand, to guide which way the bubble blows out. And that liquid we put on it is just water. You know, people are frequently surprised by that material, but you can't feel any heat through them as long as you have that water in there. Oh yeah, and just to point out again, for the newcomers who maybe don't know this, we have some hands-on workshops going on the far right side of the hot shop. So they're making some ornaments today. And this is something we do once a month. We'll have different themed workshops that go on. And next, for our salmon at the center bench, we create a jack line, just kind of squeezing down on the glass off the end of the pipe. And this creates a breaking point or a weak point. And again, the goal is we want to make 9 of the small size and 7 of the medium and then 3 of the large. And we have those tally marks. They're keeping track of exactly how many we have so far as we go along. So now that we have the narrow shape for the body, we're going to start heating it up and stretching it out over and over again until we get the length that we're looking for. And we are trying to get relatively specific lengths, but the end result, all of these individual fish are going to vary slightly. Maybe one of them will curve in one direction or another, or maybe one will be a little bit thicker or wider, and that's just nice. I mean, a school of fish isn't going to have the exact same fish over and over and over again anyways. Yeah, I know, it looks super fancy when he spins it like that. If I haven't pointed that out already, it's just the creation of centrifugal force, which pulls the glass outward and stretches it out a little bit faster. But it definitely looks very cool. And then they go ahead and double check that measurement, making sure they're hitting the size requirement. So this is pretty much the final product right here for those who haven't seen these made yet. And I wanted to share real quick for those who joined in a little bit more recently, the fact that, again, we do have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor today, Joseph Rosano, and he's the one in the cap who's working at the center bench alongside our resident hot shop team. So all these other people, they work at the museum full-time. They'll help visiting artists that come through and work on store items, commission items, so many different jobs. And these pieces, I've already been mentioning, they are salmon. They're specifically casting light on diminishing states of global salmon populations. That's the goal of this project. Our visiting artist has a large desire to protect the natural world, and he brings this into a lot of his artwork to shed light on that. We had a huge installation of these in the gallery not terribly long ago, starting in 2022. And just up on the screen, you'll see some examples of these schools of salmon when they're finished. So yeah, technically what you're seeing in the hot shop is not the final product. Again, we fill it with the mirror finish and then it is done. But this is the overall shape right here. Yeah, so it's just brought to my attention that you can learn more about this project right here on this website, thesalmonschool.com. And I have gotten a couple of questions about this, so I will point out again, over on the right side of the hot shop, we've been having these workshops all day today, and these will go on until 5 p.m. They are making ornaments today, I think yesterday all day too. We have these workshops once a month for an entire weekend, so if this is something you're interested in, I would ask the front desk. They should have a calendar with the availability, and you could find a spot to sign up. Also, this is the last salmon that we're going to see them make before our lunch break. We will see them make a few more after our lunch as well. Our lunch is usually from 1 to 2 p.m. So if you want any photos of this piece, this is your chance. And now to break this piece off, Ben is filing at that connection with a little bit of water. And then all it takes is a tap of the pipe and that pops right off. And then this is brought up to the front so we can torch it, clean up that connection point, and then this piece will be completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work throughout the day so far today. And again, this will continue. So this is going inside of the annealer, which is going to keep the glass warm temporarily and then slowly cool it down overnight. And if anyone has any final questions, feel free to ask away, but that was our last piece before our lunch break. So we'll see you again in about an hour from now. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. We are just getting started. See a couple of familiar faces here and there, but for everyone else, I'm give an introduction as to who we have here and what we'll have going on for the second half of the day. So we do have a visiting artist today. His name is Joseph Frisano, and he has been creating these salmon, which you'll see on the slideshow on the screen. We've been working on 3 different sizes of them today. You can kind of see the tally marks over on the left. That's where we've been putting our pieces away so far today. We needed 9 small, 7 medium, and 3 large. So we still have a few more to go in the medium and large. And you'll see how they're made. So we just make them out of clear blown glass in the hot shop first. And then after they cool down, they fill it with a mirror finish. So I think the same technique that they would use for actual like old mirrors, they pour a silver solution inside and then dump it back out. And then they end up with this perfect reflective surface. And the reason that Joseph is creating these salmon, he's casting light on diminishing states of global salmon populations. He has a huge desire to protect the natural world, and he brings that into a lot of his artwork to bring attention to these different things. And if you want to learn more about this project in particular, you can look up thesalmonschool.com to learn more. And everyone else you'll see on the floor working with our visiting artists, they're part of our resident hot shop team. They work here full time at the museum, and they'll help visiting artists that come through. And everyone on the floor is very experienced. They have between 20 and 30 years of blown glass experience, full time. Okay, and just real quick, over on the right, we have some hands-on workshops going on over there as well. This is unrelated. I'm not going to be interacting with this project, but this is something you guys could sign up for in the future. Every month they have these workshops, and it changes depending on the time of year. So right now they're making some ornaments today. And up on the screen we now have a view of the left bench. So let's hop into the explanation of the process. So again, this is all just clear glass that we're working with. Any color you see is just the glass being so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. It's glowing like lava. And as it cools down, it'll go back to clear. And this is a blowpipe, so it's like a straw. It's hollow all the way through. When we blow into the end of it, it expands the glass like a balloon. And at the moment, we're just going to be building up a layer upon a layer of clear glass until we have all of the mass and material that we need for this piece. If you haven't seen it already, we get our glass from the tanks with the closed doors specifically. So inside of there, we open up the door, and it's filled with clear molten glass inside of a large ceramic crucible in the base of it. And that sits at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the kind of temperatures that we're working with here in the hot shop. So here Trent is gathering up one more layer of clear. And each time we get a new layer of glass, we always sit down and we use this wooden spoon-shaped tool you see Trent using now. This is called a block, and it is kept saturated in water. It's just kept in a bucket of water constantly when we're not using it, just so the wood doesn't burn as quickly. But we now have a much smoother, rounder shape, and when we blow the bubble out, it'll blow out more evenly. And this cycle continues as many times as we need it to until we have all of the glass we need. We just let the glass cool down a little bit, gather another layer of clear, sit down, use the block, blow. And then I think we just need one more layer of clear, and then we should be able to bring it over to the center bench. And that's where we're going to blow it out and turn it into our salmon. So we're gathering our final layer of clear. And this is brought over to the center bench. Also, I know a few new people have joined here and there, so just to catch you guys up real quick, we have a visiting artist, Joseph Rosano, and he is the one sitting and working at the center bench. He has that cap on his head. And everyone else, they're part of our resident hot shop team, so they work here helping any visiting artist that comes through. And we are working on specifically these blown glass salmon. And the way that these are made, it's not like we're attaching fins or tails or anything like that. It's more of the general shape. And then the process after the hot shop is really important in this. They fill it with a mirror finish. So they pour in a silver sort of liquid and coat the inside so it has a mirror finish when it's done. And then these are all hung and displayed in a school of fish. So that's the way that these pieces really pop and stand out is not just by itself, but as a school and together. Oh, so we have a visiting artist today. His name's Joseph Rosano. He's the one sitting and working at the center bench with the cap on his head. And everyone else around him at the center bench, well, and at the left actually, they are our resident hot shop team. They help visiting artists that come through. And over on the right, I didn't point this out to people who just came in. This is just a hands-on workshop that we have going on until 5 p.m. today. They're making some ornaments today. I think they're all booked up for today, but if you're curious about these workshops, they should have a calendar of availability at the front desk. So we've already blown this out quite a bit. We've kind of pulled out the end of the bubble. The only reason we pulled out the end of the bubble is just to give us more of a taper and a point at the end. This is going to be the nose side of the fish. So the front of the fish is furthest away from the pipe, and then the tail end of the fish is going to be attached to the pipe. And then we create our jack line. So we use 2 metal blades kind of squeeze down off the end of the pipe, and this is creating a breaking point for ourselves to use later on. And this is pretty satisfying. We're using 2 corkwood paddles to flatten down the size of the piece. And this is just creating the narrowness of the body for the salmon. Still have some shaping to do. We have to stretch it out now to get it into a much longer shape. So we're stretching it out using gravity, just pulling it down, and then also now using centrifugal force. So spinning or even just swinging the pipe is going to pull that glass out even faster. And this is done multiple times over until we have the shape we want. And you may have noticed over on the left, we're starting the next piece already. You could think of it almost like a production line. We're starting it over on the left, and then we bring it to the center and blow it out, finish it off, just to use our time and space really efficiently. And to weaken that connection even further, Ben is using the diamond shears and he's just squeezing at that connection. So we should have a small groove left over all the way around. And you could see how much heat is still in the glass. It's really moving. If we were to stop turning, it would just fall off center, which is why we are constantly turning. And then our visiting artist comes in with a meter stick and is just double checking that we're meeting the size requirements. And then we file at that connection point with a little bit of water, tap the pipe, and just like magic, it pops cleanly off. We're just using thermal shock to our advantage, and we're rapidly cooling that connection. And then we just torch this leftover sharp end, and the salmon is complete when it comes to the hot shop anyways. Still need that mirror finish on the inside. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that salmon. Thank you, everyone. So this box we just put it inside of is currently sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we'll keep it at that temperature as we load pieces inside of it, and then we just press a button and it's programmed to slowly cool down at a certain rate, which is usually overnight, so we'll be able to see those pieces again probably tomorrow. And then again, we've already started the next piece over on that left bench, so we'll probably bring that over to the center bench pretty soon. And just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. I also have a video to play which talks more about this project. Again, salmonschool.com if you're curious. This is Joseph Rosano, who is designing this piece in the series, and he made a video talking about why he did it. So let's play that video, please.
The people who have taught me about the natural world said, you know, you really should have seen it yesterday. You should have been here 30 or 40 years ago. My name's Joseph Rosano, and I am an artist that strives to give an audience a different perspective about the world that surrounds them. So this piece that I'm working on with a number of people, and this number of people is growing, it's a performance piece designed to bring a community in to talking to the world about why salmon and steelhead are important, why they are in many ways like the passenger pigeon, a seemingly endless resource, and they're in jeopardy throughout the range of salmon and steelhead. I can say that I've been conscious of what's been happening, say, here on the Skagit River for over 30 years. If we can show, say, starting with the Skagit, which is the 4th largest outflow of the Pacific, what the smallest return of fish looked like to this river in a gallery setting, where we make, 2,405 steelhead out of glass, it can reflect ourselves, the viewer, and put it in context. I'm taking all of this information, saying, how do I condense it into one representation of a piece that talks about salmon in the world?
So we brought our bubble to the center bench. And after using the block a couple of times to smooth and round that out, we are able to go over and use the pipe cooler. I'm not sure if you've seen us use one of these yet, but it's just a trough of water that we'll set the pipe down into. That's why you see some steam rising. Yeah, this lets us get better leverage against the glass. Can get our hand a lot closer to it. And now we're able to start blowing this up again, using the newspapers to guide which way it blows out. So yes, if I didn't point it out already, this pad in our artist's hand is just folded up newspaper that we splashed with a little bit of water. Kind of an odd material to use, but it works really well. So again, using the jacks, those two metal blades, and squeezing down into the bubble off the end of the pipe. Also, something I didn't point out last time, we're using these wooden paddles quite a bit, just kind of hovering around with them. We're actually shielding the artist's hand and arm from the radiant heat coming off of the piece. Again, that glass we're working with is always sitting somewhere between 1 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's a lot of heat coming off of it, especially if you're this far away at times. And after all of that set up, we can now go in with our corkwood paddles and start flattening the sides down again. And now we're at that point again where we start stretching it out. And I'm sure you guys can already tell, but glassblowing can be pretty physically taxing. All that material on the far end of the pipe has so much leverage against you. Yeah, everyone who works with glass is really strong. And after that stretching, Ben is using the diamond shears again to cut into that connection a little bit deeper, weaken that connection. And there is our finished piece. And I'll give another little explanation as to why we're doing this, who's here, what the project is in general, because I know a few new people have joined here and there. But yeah, we're going to break this piece off pretty soon, and it's finished in the hot shot, but it's not quite finished overall because it's going to be filled with a mirror finish. So they pour sort of silver solution on the inside. But yeah, these are supposed to be salmon, and we are making quite a few of them. We've made 9 small ones. We've been making some medium and large ones as well. Looks like we still need a couple of medium and a couple of large, both. And all of these are designed by our visiting artist, Joseph Rosano. He's the one in the cap. He's going to be working at this station right here, torching the end of the salmon where its tail would be. So to break the piece off, we file at that connection with a little water, give the pipe a tap, it's popped off, and now we can torch the end and completely finish it off. This is so we don't have to do anything further with it when it's cold. It just has a smooth finish to begin with. And then Sarah will pick it up with those Kevlar gloves and carry it over to this annealer in the front to be put away, which will slowly cool the glass down overnight. And let's give them another round of applause for finishing that salmon. Yeah, you bet I'm going to take advantage of this large crowd. It's so nice to have a nice applause. Now, again, the reason we are making these, our visiting artist, Joseph Rosano, he has this large desire to protect the natural world. And so he'll bring a lot of these ideas into his artwork, whether it's protecting salmon, like we're seeing here. And again, the reason for this piece is casting light on diminishing states of global salmon populations. And he has so many different series of artwork that he's made in different medias, and you can find more information about him if you just look up his name online. And then this one, specifically the Salmon School, is a pretty big project. They made these salmon across the world, like different countries everywhere, and then they compiled everything and had it travel around the world as a school, which is really cool. Just bringing awareness to salmon populations declining. Just a little reminder, feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. It doesn't have to necessarily apply to what you're seeing on the hot shop floor either. If it's something like a photo of, oh, I saw this in the gallery, how did they do this? Why is the building shaped the way it is? How do they make windshields? I don't know. I'm just making up ideas. Could I have our visiting artist slideshow on the screen, please? So I wanted to show this off for anyone who hasn't had a chance to see it yet, this slideshow up on the screen. And this just gives you an idea of how these pieces are displayed all together when they're finished and what they look like when they're finished in general. Yeah, these are definitely made to be displayed in a school of salmon. So our visiting artist, he's the one sitting at the bench working right now, Joseph Rosano again. And we are going to be making another one of these salmon. This one's looking like it's going to be pretty large. Hasn't even come to its full size. He was pulling on the end of the bubble to make it pointed, more tapered at the end, and this is going to be the nose or the front or face of the salmon. Yeah, just in case anyone else is curious about this, over on the right bench, we've been having some hands-on workshops going on throughout the day today. So yeah, basically like a 30-minute session class that you take, and you make an ornament for these ones in particular, yesterday and today. And eventually, once they cool down, you can take them home with you as well. So yeah, they're pretty fun. We have them every month. And if you guys are curious about them, you can always ask the front desk. They have a calendar of availability because those spots fill in pretty quick, especially depending on, you know, making pumpkins for Halloween is really popular. Those fill up really fast. So now after soaking up a lot more heat, we're starting to stretch it out. This is usually done, I've counted, it seems like 3 times per fish. We heat it up, stretch it out. Oh yeah, just to point out again, while we're making the current salmon at the center bench, over on the left bench, we're always getting started on the next one. Just moving things along quickly. And in the back there, that tank with the closed door, we have 2 on either side of the hot shop. This is where we're getting our molten glass to begin with. And the reason we would spray water into it is just to break any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of that pool of molten glass, just so we don't get those air bubbles in our next layer of clear. So this is pretty much the full size and the final shape. Ben is cutting at that connection a little bit further, weakening it, making it easy to pop off when we're completely done. And then we just double check the size. Yeah, we can only make our pieces so big. I'm sure you could tell. Otherwise, I don't know, if it gets too long or if it gets too wide, we won't be able to fit inside of where we're trying to heat up the glass in. So there are limitations, but luckily we have a lot of wiggle room. So all of these salmon that we've been making today, they're all turning out generally the same shape, but we have small, medium, and large that we're making. This one's definitely, I would imagine, the large one. And yeah, we have a certain number that we're trying to hit, so you can see the tally marks. Small, we have and wanted 9, so we're done with those. And then I think we might need a couple more medium, and then the large ones, we need 3 total. Now to break the piece off, Ben's filing at that connection with a little bit of water on those files, and then it gives the pipe a tap. And that pops off, so we could torch that sharp connection and then put it away. And I'll point out again real quick, just in case you didn't hear already, but once we finish these pieces in the hot shop, they're technically not quite done overall still. They need to be filled with a mirror finish, so kind of a silver solution that's poured inside and then coated on the inside, and then they dump out the remaining solution, I would imagine. And here are the final products on the screen in the slideshow. Can kind of get a taste of what they look like when they're completely done, and they're all assembled, I guess not assembled together, but displayed together in a school of fish. And don't worry if you guys can't see what Trent's doing right here, because we're just using a pipe cooler real quick. It's a trough of water that we set the pipe into. No shaping or anything yet. But we will be bringing this to the center bench and start blowing it out right after cooling it down. And I'm thinking maybe another little reintroduction might be in order. I know you guys know we're making salmon, but I need to talk still about who's on the floor and why we're making salmon. So we have a visiting artist on the floor. His name is Joseph Rossano, and he's the one who's sitting at the center bench with the cap on his head. Everyone else who's working with him is part of our resident hot shop team. So they work here at the museum full time, and they'll help any visiting artists that come through. And we are making these salmon. These are casting light on diminishing states of global salmon populations. Our visiting artist has a desire to protect the natural world, and he really ties this into a lot of his artwork and brings a lot of awareness to the different issues in our natural world. We had a huge school of these salmon displayed at the Museum of Glass starting back in 2022. They stuck around for a decent amount of time. It's a huge school of these salmon. They hung from the ceiling. And these salmon were created across the world, and then they traveled across the world together as a traveling exhibit. So first we lengthen or taper the end of the bubble by grabbing on with the diamond shears and pulling out. And this is going to create the general shape of the salmon's head, where it slopes down towards, I guess, the nose or the snout. And then we use the jacks, these two metal blades, and cinch down a little bit, creating a weak point for us to use later on. And just to point this out as well, we're using these wooden paddles to shield our artist's hand and arm from the radiant heat. So that's why we're hovering around with those. We're not really touching the glass. We're just using it as a shield. And next we start flattening the bubble down, creating the narrow body of the salmon. These are two corkwood paddles. Yes, we use a lot of different wooden tools to flatten, shape, mold the glass. Sometimes it's important to have a material that's insulating to touch the glass so that it doesn't suck heat out of the piece. Yeah, for some of these salmon, they will apply a little extra heat, usually towards the back end of the salmon. This is where the tail would be. It's the area attached to the pipe. They just have a little extra material they're going to stretch out. So to avoid stretching anywhere else, they'll apply extra heat to just that one area they want to stretch. That's the importance of having that torch, so we can selectively heat the glass instead of heating up the entire thing like we're doing right now. By the way, everything is running off of natural gas in our hot shop except for this torch you'll see us use a little bit later on, which is propane and oxygen. And then we just squeeze in that connection point a little bit further, creating a deeper groove for us to break our piece off. So this is the finished shape. We're just gonna get ready to break it off and put it away pretty soon. So we always want to keep the glass at just about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. You can see that the glass is still moving. Means it's definitely still sitting at just about that temperature or warmer. And then to break the piece off, we file at that connection with a little bit of water and then tap the pipe, and that pops cleanly off. And then we just torch the end of it, that sharp end, to make sure that everything's smooth and flame polished before we put it away completely. And the finished piece is going to go inside of the annealer, which is this large box right up in the front to slowly cool down overnight. That box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day. We just load pieces inside of it one by one and then cool all of them together. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. And we've switched views up on the screen. We now have a view of the left bench where we're starting at the next salmon. And I know some new people have joined in, so I'm going to give another quick introduction as to what we have going on. So we do have a visiting artist today. His name is Joseph Rosano, and he's the one in the center bench with the cap on. Specifically, that's our visiting artist. And then everyone else around him who's helping him today, They're our resident hot shop team. So they work here and they help all the visiting artists that come through. Oh, and we also do have some hands-on workshops going on over on the right bench. So unrelated project, but this is something you guys can sign up for. You come down on the floor and you make a piece of glass art that you eventually take home once it cools down, of course. So we are making these salmon-like mirrored forms at the center and left bench today. And we have a certain number of them that we're trying to hit and different sizes that we're creating, small, medium, and large. And it looks like we still have, so you can see those tally marks over there. Looks like we might have maybe one more medium to make, or maybe we're just making a few extra at this point just in case something happens to one of them. When these salmon are finished in the hot shop, you saw the finished piece there, that's the final shape, but it's not completely done. Once it cools down, they're gonna pour a silver solution inside, and it's gonna create a mirror-like finish on the surface of the piece. So that was just a quick little introduction. If anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. So the left bench, we just build up layer upon layer of clear glass. This is where we do the beginning part of the process, or maybe the prep work, and then we bring it over to the center bench to blow it out and turn it into the final form. So we've just been letting this glass cool down for a moment. That's why we're just kind of standing or sitting and just turning the pipe. And once it's cool enough, you'll see us use our glass furnace, which is this tank with the closed door. Kind of has that glow emanating from behind it. We just have a crucible filled with molten glass in there at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And we gather it a lot like gathering up honey. Yeah, today they're making ornaments. Yeah, that's the hands-on workshop for this weekend. But it will change month to month. I want to point that out. Oh yeah, I think I heard one of you guys talking about like, what did they just spray in the furnace? So I don't know who said that, but we spray water into the furnace every once in a while. And this is to break any air bubbles that have risen to the surface of that pool of glass, just so that we don't gather them in our next layer of clear. It's really easy to pick those up. So the glass that we use here is a very pure mixture that is shipped in already mixed to the exact needs of our hot shop. And this is really important that it is just this one specific mixture, because if you mix multiple kinds of glass together, or you have a different, if you use a different glass suddenly and you're working with the same equipment, you're going to have to change all the temperatures of everything, or maybe the glass is incompatible and it breaks. But it's a soda ash limestone and mostly silica sand, as you might imagine. So it's a soda lime glass. And it's shipped in its sand form. So it's not chunks of glass or anything. It's just the raw materials. And we dump it in. And we never... No, that's a lie. Every once in a while, we'll see them clean out the furnaces, but usually we just throw more and more and more glass on top. Yes. Yeah, they're running 24/7. The only things that stay on 24/7 are our glass furnaces. And technically the annealers are running quite a bit as well, but they're usually cooling down when we're not here. Yeah, all of our glass starts out clear. Like this you can even see through pretty well right now. The colors that they're using over on the right, there's a little red cart with these containers. And we're using something called frit, which are these little shards of colored glass. And we just roll the clear glass inside. It's hot enough that it'll pick up all those shards on the outside. And you end up with almost a little bit of a speckled layer of color. There's also powdered glass. I think that this one used a powdered glass, so if you look closely, you can see a little bit of texturing, but it looks pretty smooth. And then there's also solid pieces of colored glass that create a really smooth layer of color across the piece. This one's a little bit more common to see in our hot shop. Yep, so we just used a pipe cooler again real quick. And then we'll get a little bit more heat before coming to the center bench and starting to work with this glass a little bit more. And could we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. So using this pad of newspaper, we're guiding which way the bubble blows out. And then we'll hold on to the very end of the bubble with the tweezers. Pinch and pull that out just to start that taper of the end of the bubble. And then using the jacks, these two metal blades, Joseph is able to squeeze it down on the glass right off the end of the pipe and start creating our jack line. Hey, welcome into the hot shop. We are working on some pieces that are designed by our visiting artist, Joseph Rossano, and he is the one in the cap that's been working at the center bench right here. Everyone else that's working at the center bench with our visiting artists is part of our resident hot shop teams. They work for the museum, and they'll help our visiting artists that come through. And we are working on specifically 3 different sizes of these clear glass salmon. And these do end up being completely silver, completely reflective in the end. We're just working on the clear form today, and then after they cool down, our visiting artist is able to put a mirror finish on the inside of the piece. So we've just flattened down the sides to get the narrow body of the salmon, and then we'll start stretching it out. This is going to be one of the large size salmon, definitely. This is a pretty big bubble of glass. So after flattening out the body, we start stretching it out using gravity and physics in general as our tools, hanging it down towards the floor. And also the swinging and spinning, that creates centrifugal force and it pulls that glass out even faster. And this is usually stretched out 3 times before it's the full size that we need. So for those who just joined in, this is specifically a salmon-like form. So it's supposed to be shaped like a fish, as you're seeing already. It's designed by our visiting artist who's here, Joseph Rosano. He's the one with the cap on his head. And everyone else who's helping him is part of our resident hot shop team. They'll help all visiting artists that come through. And these pieces, once they're finished in the hot shop, this is pretty much the final piece that you see right here, except they add a mirror-like finish to the piece by pouring basically a silver solution on the inside of it. So pretty cool, and technically a multi-day project because of that part of the process that needs to be done after the fact. And at this point, we're just getting ready to break this piece off and put it away. So we're just cutting at that connection a little bit deeper, making that connection weak enough to pop off cleanly. And to fully break this off, we file at that connection with a little bit of water, tap the pipe, and then it pops away. We'll torch that sharp end where we just broke it off, and then this piece will be completely done. And the finished pieces have to go inside of these boxes. This is our third one that we're using today, the annealer, and it slowly cools the glass down overnight, starting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. So off into the annealer it goes. It's a pretty big piece of glass. And we won't see that piece until tomorrow now. And we're starting over on the left bench again, starting with that clear glass. Oh, we have a view of this up on the screen, by the way. I know a lot of you don't have a direct view of the left bench. Hey, welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined in. I just wanted to let you know what we're working on and who's here in general. So we do have a visiting artist today, someone who's sitting and working at the center bench. He has the cap on his head. His name is Joseph Rosano. And we are seeing him make one of these salmon, which you'll find up on the screen. And these are all displayed in schools, which has a really nice visual effect as they just glitter and very lightly turn in the wind. We had these on display not terribly long ago, starting in 2022, and they were up for a little while. A whole school of them in our gallery. And we are making a pretty large one right now. I think one of the large ones we made, I overheard, was 20 inches long. I'm not sure if that's the exact size that they're going for, but these end up being pretty big. And we have been working on these all day. 9 of the little ones, 7 of the medium, and then 3 of the large ones. And I'm sure you saw with the images, these end up having a mirror-like finish. When we're working in the hot shop, we just create that clear body overall, and the mirror finish is applied after the glass is cooled down on a later date. Yeah, so apparently the size they're shooting for is 30 inches long for these. I know it's not very long yet, but what we've done here, we've just squished, flattened down the sides to get the narrow body of the salmon. We're going to heat it up, and this is when we start getting that length. We're going to heat it up and stretch it out a few times in a row. So even just hanging the glass down towards the floor, gravity is going to pull it down, stretch it out into a little bit of a longer shape. And Ben has also been using some centrifugal force, so swinging and spinning the pipe 360 sometimes to stretch it out even faster. And this takes a lot of control. The glass is heavy, it's got a lot of leverage against you all the way on the end of the pipe, and it's also moving on top of that, so you're constantly turning the pipe. It's very physically taxing. To apply extra heat to just one area, we'll use this fluffy torch. In this case, we're trying to stretch out the area of what would be more so the salmon's tail. So we're heating up the back end of the bubble, and they'll stretch it out again. So you can see how much heat is still inside of the glass. It's moving even though we're still turning the pipe. And Ben is just squeezing down on that connection even further and creating a nice divot or a line for us to break the piece off from. And we're just keeping it warm overall at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's just the perfect happy medium temperature for glass. And next, Ben files at that connection with a little bit of water, and then all he has to do is tap the pipe, and that pops away. So yet another salmon finished. We'll torch that connecting area, make sure there's no sharp ends remaining, and then it's completely done. And of course, this glass has to slowly cool down to prevent thermal shock, so we're going to put it inside of this box in the front called an annealer. It sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's going to slowly cool this glass down overnight. So, for everyone who's recently joined in, I wanted to share what we're working on real quick. So, we have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor. His name is Joseph Rosano, and he's the one in the cap, kind of standing by the center bench at the moment. And so far today, we have been working on a few different sizes of his salmon. So, these are salmon-like mirrored forms. They're not going to be mirrored in the hot shop, but actually after the glass is cooled down on a later date. And these pieces are casting light on diminishing states of global salmon populations. And our visiting artist, Joseph, he has a desire to protect the natural world, and he brings these different things to light in all of his different pieces of artwork. And this is a very large project he has been working on for a long time, since 2019. We had a display of, I think he said 600 to 700-ish of these salmon on display in our gallery in 2022. And they were all just hanging from the ceiling, glittering, moving lightly with the wind. It was really pretty. So they really make a big impact when they're all together as a school rather than just the fish on its own. But yeah, we are going to continue to work on more of these salmon. So this is the very beginning. They've blown it out, and they're only just starting to get that fish shape. Now, to get the narrow body of the salmon, we're going to use a couple of corkwood paddles and sandwich the glass between the two to flatten it out. So now that we have that flattened shape, we're just going to start heating this glass up and stretching it out a few times to get that really long body for the salmon. So after tightening down that connection a little bit, we'll be able to break this off and put it away. You always see somebody getting suited up, and that's kind of your cue to knowing when something is finished. So just putting on these Kevlar gloves to be able to handle this piece of glass right off the pipe at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Now to fully break this off, we use a file dipped in water, file at that connection, and then tap the pipe. And just like that, we have a nice clean break. We'll torch that sharp end where we just broke it off, flame polishing that end, and then we're gonna put it inside of this box in the front called a annealer to slowly cool the glass down overnight. So that is yet another one of our salmon finished. And it looks like we are already getting started over on the left bench. Yeah, this is a nonstop process. They've been working continuously since, gosh, maybe 9 a.m. this morning making these salmon. Oh yeah, and over on the right, if anyone was curious, they're doing some ornament workshops down on the floor. And this is usually done for a whole weekend, so they had it yesterday and today, ornament making. If you guys are curious, you can ask the front desk. They have an availability calendar. They could tell you when there are slots open for the next workshops. Hey, welcome back. We're still working. Yeah, we're getting started again over on the left bench. We just really let that glass cool down for a moment before we gathered up another layer of clear. And it seems like this is all the glass we need to create our salmon. So now we've moved over to the center bench.